How about now? Is that better? Is that better, Evil? How about now? Is that better? Is that better, Evil? That explains why I couldn't hear myself on the phone. So I'm kind of sort of watching it live chat wise on the phone so I can see the messages because working on the bike. Yeah, but I was like, why is it so quiet? Never mind. My bad. Appreciate it, Evil. Gotta have somebody to sit here and tell me, hey, you're screwing up. But as I was saying, I wish I'd actually be able to show both apps or both programs, Adobe and Lightroom, at the same time. But for some reason or another, your stream does not like that idea at all. It's only allowing me to show just the one or just the other, not both. So, or it's not even letting me show you the entire screen. I don't think. Let me see. Let me try something here. Oh. No. Let's see here. Okay, so be forewarned. My ugly mug's fixing to get blown up here in a minute. Let's see here. That screen. Share screen. Yeah. Ah, there we go. Whoa. Be forewarned, you're fixing to see Spaceballs. Where's this happening in the movie? It's happening now, sir. What do you mean it's happening now? You're watching now, sir. I love that movie. One of the best movies we had. One of the better movies we had growing up. Now the question is, does anybody? How many people I got watching? Let's see here. I got 3 people watching, so I kind of seriously doubt anybody that would actually really know whose bike this is actually watching. But it does belong to somebody. By the way. And it's somebody we all pretty much know. Anybody care to take a guess that happens to possibly know who this is? I'll give you a hint. He is a Rolling Throttle employee. Look at you, makes me now, is the microphone too loud or not? And picture's kind of crooked. Dang, you're good, Evil. Yep, it's Jake's bike. That was right after he got the risers done. Good Lord, I was really off on an angle. The time was 6 o'clock on the Swatch watch. No time to chill today. Can't be in late day. But yes, the building in the background probably gave it away, didn't it? Or did you see Drew in the background? Well, that's just the point, though, Evils. I don't want people to have to turn it down all the way. Turn their volume down. Just saying. As you can tell, I don't really do much editing, really, to any of my pictures. I do play around with them from time to time, but not a whole lot. And I'm using Lightroom CS, and I think it's Photoshop 4.1. I think it's the version of Photoshop I have that I've got. No, excuse me. Actually, no, that wasn't Jake's bike. Just kidding. But it is one of the drifters. Here's Jake's bike, actually. This is right after he got the new riser put on it. Check that out. So I gotta get that ugly garbage can out of the way. So yeah, anybody see Jake? Let him know. His pictures of his bike's getting done right now. I tried to do for some reason or another, Instagram would not, or Instagram, Yardstream would not. I thought it was under the impression that it would do Instagram and YouTube at the same time. It won't. It just did just Instagram and would not kick over on the YouTube at all. So I ended that one on Instagram and decided to just sit here in YouTube, because Instagram gets they get a little hateful about hearing music. Oh, now I wonder who that lovely face is right there. Oh, okay. Yeah, I seen him a little bit during Daytona this year. But, I didn't want to intrude too much, being that they were busy working and whatnot. I'd wait and go over there towards the evening times, and so that way I can try to catch them before they head out of the shop a couple of times. So, as you can tell, because the sun's not exactly blinding. Yes, I do sing along every now and then. So if I suck at singing, sorry. You can tell me later to stop. You suck, whatever. I don't really care. Oh, but it was funny yesterday, though. That comment yesterday, ooh. Guy wanted my attention. He got it. So, I mean, yeah, it kind of sort of tells me exactly what kind of person that person was. Don't know if it was a guy or a girl, but sitting there crying about Harley being woke and blah, 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 blah. And I was like, well, guess what? Every big company is. I've said it once. I've said it many times before. So I went ahead and decided, oh, what the heck. I'll go ahead and troll back. and showed the picture yesterday. I mean, you can look at the shorts from yesterday and read the comment if you'd like. But long term short, I sat there and told him I hope he enjoys walking, because if he's not wanting to buy anything from any company that's gone woke, well, if he's driving a Ford, I hate to tell him they're worse than Harley is, because Obama actually bailed them out because for their ability to be so woke. But yeah, any and every company that's out there is in the pool to some extent or another, to include the companies that you work for, whether you know it or not. So, all these haters out here that want to complain about Harley being woke and blah, 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 blah. Well, guess what? Newsflash. So's the car company that your vehicle's made by. Guarantee it. I don't know of a single car manufacturer that did not get hit with the woke ban, or the woke flu, or whatever you want to call it. So, yeah. Here's what it is. Reality is if you want something, you like it, get it. If you're worried about their politics and all that other crap, well, life's going to suck for you. That's all I got to say. Because, realistically speaking, every single company's involved in it. Even the power companies, your cities, the electric companies, everything. Anything that makes money is in that pool to some extent or another. So, yeah, there was the wood that you see piled up back there is where Jake and Tweedle and I think Dan is his name, the OF guy, which is right there in the background. Yeah, they were still in the process. I think this was taken Friday, and they were still trying to build the dyno room for the dyno, to soundproof it and stuff. So, oh heck yeah, they did. I'm sorry, for $110,000, that thing ought to be a heck of a lot more bike than what it is. I'm sorry. I seen that, and when I seen the video put out the night before, they hinted around to it a little bit, like late in the night, or it may have been 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, Wednesday morning. Heck, I don't remember. It was at nighttime when I first seen the video of it. So I decided that morning I was gonna go look at it and stuff, see about making my own video of it for it. Figure why not? Because I know everybody else is gonna do it. And so figured I'd try to beat a lot of the bigger people for their videos. And when I went and looked at it and I started reading everything on it, I was like, good Lord. I was like, I'm sure Drew, Monkey, who else? Doc. I'm sure a lot of people could build a better bike and still have like $30,000, $40,000 left over. I mean, you can spend that. You can take $30,000, $40,000 and make you a real custom paint job on that bad boy, and make it look even better. So I mean, I get it. It's a collector's item type deal. Totally get it. But at the same time, though, Harley's wanting to cry about not having younger people. Hey, don't that bike look familiar? But Harley's crying about wanting younger generations, that they can't get younger customers and blah, 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 but yet tell me a 20-something-year-old, show me a 20-something-year-old. There's probably a few, well, I'm not going to say none, but there's probably only a very, very select few that are in the 20 to 30 range that could even attempt to afford $110,000 for a bike. Much less 26, 27,000, 28,000 for a new Harley, for the street glides and the road glides. I mean, yeah, I understand they put more tech in. Okay, big deal. Same time, don't go crying about, oh, we don't have the younger generation when you put in the cost of bikes, clean plumb out of the ball field for anybody in that age group to even think about buying one. I mean, a road ride and street guide are just as expensive as a mid-sized car. Or a small truck, for that matter. I mean, hell, even the Lowrider S and ST are practically car payments. Where the Z500 that I test rode and liked. So this is one thing you can't see on Monkey's videos, is the detail in this paint. That's the reason why I like taking pictures. Even though Monkey's like, this is the reason why I like taking pictures of his bikes. And why I take pictures of bikes, just like Doc said. Doc was happy with the pictures I took last year. Monkey, I think he was alright with sugar. With brown sugar when I took those pictures, but as you can see, look right here in the blue. All that detail. You couldn't see that in the videos. None of the videos that he showed, you actually got to see that much of the detail of the paint that was involved. That's the reason why I like pictures on top of the videos. Because you can actually see the details. Or be able to get to see the details. No, I mean, okay, I'll tell prime example. And you're right, Evil. They don't have a beginner / get into the brand bike, I guess you could say, realistically, because the Kawasaki Z500, which is technically a naked Ninja, is what it is, a Ninja 500. It's not the bottom of the line, and it's not the top of the line Ninja, but brand new, it's $6,000, $6,000 for a motorcycle. Now, the Nightster, which is what Harley considers to be their beginner / lowest brand entry bike, comes in at $12,000. I can practically get myself and my daughter a Z500 for the price of what it would cost to get a Nightster, which is nowhere near the same performance level. Nowhere near. And that's where Harley's screwing up. Plain and simple. When you can buy two bikes that aren't even entry-level bikes, just two bikes for the most part, for the price of what they want for their starter bike, yeah, the competition's going to walk all over them with it. Plain and simple. I guarantee you, Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, all of them are laughing at Harley. Even BMW, Indian, what's the other one? I'm thinking it. Oh, Royal Enfield. Even their bikes aren't that expensive. Aprilia's not. I mean, even the starting Ducati is still cheaper than a Nightster. So, I mean, what the heck? Oh, I remember a premium brand. Sorry, nope, you're not a Lamborghini brand. You're not Bugatti. You're not Porsche. You might be a high-end BMW at best right now, Harley. Sorry, but yes. I mean, the new bikes are nice, not going to lie. But at the same time, when you're using plastic for oil pans in the brand new 25s and 24s, no thank you. I'll pass. That is probably the main reason why they're selling so many skid plates the past couple here lately. Because people are like, ooh, this is plastic. I hit a rock going down the interstate that happens to be big enough, or a ladder, or something that you cannot avoid because of traffic. You're liable to end up knocking a hole in your oil pan. And bye-bye bike. Because you know they're not going to cover that. They're going to be like, oh, you ran over something. That's not covered under warranty. That's how much of a lien that bike has, by the way. Evil. Exactly. You're right, Evil. And I mean, I looked at a lot of them while I was at Daytona, when I was walking around waiting on my 1 o'clock test ride for the Kawasaki Z500 was my ankle kind of sort of messes me up being perfectly straight and level. But yeah, that's how much that monkey's bike leans, by the way. But I mean, if other companies are making bank and putting a hurting on Harley because Harley's so price proud, they've done lost the Made in America tag already. That's already gone. They can most people no longer even accept that as fact anymore. Because so much of the bike is not U.S. made anymore, like they used to be. That was one of the reasons why I got the trike. Because my uncle always rode one, my grandfather had one, my cousins, they've ridden Harleys, and that's all they would ride. A bunch of my friends that were Union that ride, that's all they would buy because they were American made. Almost every part for it was American. Yeah, see that? I couldn't even get the whole bike in that picture if I wanted to. I've tried. But I was wanting to get the engine and stuff. But, so I mean, they have alienated, basically, their entire market field. I mean, people that are true diehard Harley fans, a lot of them feel betrayed. I guess that's one reason why it doesn't really bother me much. Yeah, you can see the big bag in the back, in the trunk. That's my camera bag, actually. That's in the trunk that you can see sitting on the ledge back there in the background. But it's just nuts. I've never been one of those it's either American made or nothing. Because when I started working union, okay, I was like, okay, sure, yeah, okay, I understand it, I get it. So I started trying to find stuff that was American made, this and that. Come to find out back then, this was back in the early 2000s. Even back then, Nissan, Toyota, Honda were more American made than the Chevys, Jeep, or any of the GMs and Fords, Dodges. So at that point, I realized real quick, nothing is exactly as it seems. On that one, if it comes in, if I got it clear. See, I couldn't tell if I had this clear or not, because that's the reason why there's so many different pictures. Because my dang ankles hurt so bad, and this is how bad my feet were hurting. It took that many shots just to get one in clear. Because I couldn't sit. I couldn't even sit and angle myself right to be able to take the picture. So yeah, it does. My feet and ankles, my legs, they're getting bad, but I'll be all right. Be cool if Monkey actually popped in here and seen that I was working on pictures on his bike. Mrs. Monkey actually told me that she actually liked the pictures from last year. So I mean, at least somebody. I've heard there's been a couple of people who tell me that they like them, the pictures that I've taken of their bikes. Which, okay, cool. But I mean, it's not like I'm trying to charge people to take pictures. Not my thing. I mean, heck, even the pictures that I got of Rusty on his bike, Rusty Wallace on his bike, I actually I went to the company's Facebook page and sent them all the pictures that I took of the bikes at their tent, to include the one of the pictures that I got of Rusty Wallace himself, so they can give it to him. I mean, yeah, I'm sure he's probably got his own professional photographers, yada yada. I mean, I know I'm nobody in particularly special. Definitely he don't know me from Adam, but still. It's his bike, his pictures are all his bikes, and it's a picture of him sitting on his bike. I figured he might actually wouldn't mind having it, just for a keepsake. Which, I mean, I'm sure he's probably got thousands and thousands of pictures of himself, but heck, there's going to come a time when his family's would be happy to see those pictures. Relive the memories. And it's one of the reasons why I did the lives and stuff. Oh. All my life, I've been walking alone. I meant to try to see if I could get. Well, I thought about trying to get one of the monkey keychains from Monkey, but I will say though, I was glad that he was able to get that bike running better. Exactly. You can't say it's American made 100% American made if you're still getting parts from across the globe. Sorry, no. 100% American made means every part of that bike is made somewhere in the U.S. Not across over in China or Taiwan or any of the other mess. Did you have... So, this is one thing that I didn't notice in the videos that I noticed when I was taking a picture. Do you see the gas mask on the gas tank? I thought that was cool once I noticed it when I looked at it the first time. I was like, that's just so cool, I've got to get a picture of it. Look at that mask. Oh yeah, it could be one of those. One of those pesticide masks that people gotta wear. I mean, so, got Time Machine, Brown Sugar, Green Machine, Daniel's Road Glide, and I think the gentleman's name's Greg. I believe it was, and that's his chopper right there. This was taken the morning that we ended up. I was the chase bike basically, because Daniel started having issues with his brakes on the way to the event, and then so that was a rather interesting time. That was an interesting day. Ooh. Let's see here. Come on. See, I'm at 290. So what the file number was 4,025. So like I said, it's going to take me a little while. I got a little camera happy this time around for some reason. But yeah, if anybody's got any questions about Lightroom or the Cackleberry or any of that stuff, hey, just ask. Whoa. Every now and then the computer's like, watch this. We're going to have fun. That's what that was. I go with a button and the thing still decided it's going to chop it all in. So, Evil, I'm willing to bet there's 3 people watching and only me and you are talking to you. And only you're responding. I'm about willing to bet money. Mom's probably lurking on the other. One of the other three's mom. Or the other person. Because I forget it's going to show me watching too. So, it's you and one other person. And I'm about willing to bet it's Mom. So, hello, Mom. She's got the grandbaby this week. I had to work. Daughter's down in Florida. But supposed to go get her today, but my truck, the BCM, basically the computer for the truck, decided it didn't want to freaking work anymore. Or it's giving me a headache wanting to work. So couldn't go pick her up today, so daughter's got to do it when she gets back. Sorry, kiddo. That's what I was doing earlier today, is trying to get the dang truck to start. Because sometimes you can slam the hood. Yeah, hang on a minute. And, just like that, tag's gone. But, yeah. Used to be able to slam the hood of the truck, and the truck would magically start. Or at least let me start, I should say. And it's not a battery issue because there's plenty of juice for the battery. It's shown to have over 12 volts, sitting at about 12.5 volts. It's just that freaking body control module's gone out in it. But just like everything else he says, they're not built to last long. It's almost a 20-year-old truck though, so it's bound to start having issues. But I gotta make sure I got everything fixed on it before the next time I take it somewhere, or before the next set of rallies, especially Sturgis, because yeah, I'm trailering the bike. Wow. Yeah, I know. I ride a trike. Big deal. What do you mean? You're gonna trailer your bike? Yes, I'm trailering the bike. Why? Because, well, I don't get to ride as much as I want to when I'm out there. That's why. Because it's a 3,400 mile trip, round trip to my house to Sturgis. That's just getting out there and back. And I'm out there for 2 weeks. And that gives me about 1,600 miles, roughly, worth of riding to do out at Sturgis. So if I want to ride more, guess what? I got to figure out a way how to keep the miles off the bike. So the only way to keep miles off the bike, well, is to trailer it to the rally. So, well, yeah, I'm trailering it to the rally this year, as long as the truck's working. Hey, Guns, how's it going? It's not whether or not I can actually handle riding a bike or not that far. I mean, heck, even we know. You've been with me. You've watched the videos. You've been on the lives. 100 plus degrees. I'm freaking just going going to town. Literally. Near misses with the freaking rocking chair in the middle of freaking Sioux City. If that sun been any lower or any off any other direction a little bit, I'd have been in trouble because I would have never seen that rocking chair until I'd done plastered it. It's up to you, the path that you choose. It's all the same. No one to blame. I'm sure these two guys were like, what the hell? When the hell did they get photographers out here at the Cackleberry? I just happened to, I was just like, eh. There's no road that you chose just to push you forward. No road is trying to close just to shut you down. Yeah, he looks real enthused, don't he? He'll be alright. I mean, it's one thing to get a picture of bikes. That's one thing, but there's a rally going on. You've got to show people on bikes, because otherwise, do people ride bikes during rallies? I mean, granted, Daytona is more of a party rally than an actual riding rally. I'll definitely say that. Because, I mean, realistically, there's only a couple of real good rides around that area. I'd done the loop last year. I didn't even do the loop this year, which is odd. I was wanting to, but I never even got to do. Ride guns? They don't understand. I want to ride more than. That's the one reason why during Sturgis, this is no lie. That is the reason why during Sturgis, I only get enough time to actually get enough video footage for Iron Mountain Road, Iron Mountain and Needles, and then I get very little footage of Spearfish Canyon, and even out towards Devil's Tower and stuff. I actually have to schedule. I'll try to spread out my riding during Sturgis to make sure I stay within the 1,600 miles that I've got to keep from going over 5,000 miles while I'm out there or on the way back. On the way back, I'm not that worried about it. If I happen to cross over it, I cross over it. It's not that big of a deal. But if I hit 5,000 miles in the middle of the freaking rally, well, I'm screwed. I've got to have a maintenance done on the bike while I'm there. And I'm not wanting to do that because I don't trust people working on the bike. Now, granted, yes, I will say I will trust Adam. Enzo, Adam, yes, I would actually let him work on the bike. But as far as the dealerships, well, Rapid City Harley Davidson's done good. They haven't done me wrong either. Because the first... Sorry about that. Too loud. The first time I went to Sturgis, I lost a radiator. The radiator decided to freaking go out on the trike. Well, it, as well as the water pump. That was water pump number 2. When Black Hills Harley Davidson had to replace my water pump and the radiator during my first Sturgis trip back in 2020. Actually, no, that was the first. That was the first. Was that for thru? No, that was just the radiator that went out. Wasn't the water pump that went out that time. Water pump wasn't until I was actually back here, about 2 months later. Is when the water pump and the motor went all at the same time. That's when I hit 19K and got the brand new motor set in the bike. And the new water pump went with it. Because they found something wrong with the water pump. At the same time, they were yanking the motor out. So, water pump and the new motor got put in at 19K. And that started the countdown for the water pumps. Well, that's the thing, guns. With me, this is my first actual my first actual bike, and especially my first Harley. And being that I'm still paying on it, and I've got the extended warranty until the bike's paid for. So what I'm doing is I'll do the 5K. Well, not to mention the fact that the tires for life as well. And as expensive as tires are right now, me paying them $500 for the service every 5K and only having to pay them roughly $100 for the front tire every other time equals out to me. I'm not buying they pay for the tires as long as they do the maintenance work. So I keep the tires for life thing going. So far, it's been equaling out from what I'm gathering so far. So I haven't priced a new tire yet. Granted, that was one of the things that I've been looking at doing, though, before too long, is actually taking, and I might actually, and I might do it at some point. And I keep hearing for trikes, it's best to put a back tire on in reverse. And they last longer because they're a wider tire. Basically, from what I gather. So I might try that. But in order for me to try that, I've got to buy the tire. So until the bike's paid for, that ain't happening. Well, that's the thing. Guns is. I'm told that for trikes, you take a rear tire. I'm guessing because they don't have the high center curve like the front tires do. It's more of a wider, flat curve. Basically, I guess is what I'm getting at. That they last longer when you put them on the front backwards. If that makes any sense. That's just what I've read. Because I've asked Dunlap if they're working, and supposedly Dunlap's working on a trike type specialty front tire, but they haven't gotten the kinks worked out of it yet, from what I was told last year when I asked about it. So. Yeah, so you can tell it was a little chilly in the morning. Mornings this year during Daytona were a bit cool. I will say that, and especially being in a tent. Oh yeah. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't want to do open air sleeping during Daytona with the temps that they were this year. No, thank you. Yeah, it's a little bit different from what I understand. Yeah, from what I understand, Guns, it's the front rake's a little bit different. I'm not sure exactly how much different. Nope, ain't done it yet. But as far as me wanting to me scared of doing my own work on the bike, no. I'm not. That's the one thing that I'm looking at getting before too long is the actual service manual for my bike. Simply because, well, in order for me to be able to work on it, I've got to know what I'm doing, and I gotta know what's what, how stuff's supposed to be torqued, and all this other stuff. It's not whether or not I'm scared to do it. It's I've got to have the book to know how to do it and whatnot. I think I got closer pictures of that bike. Went too dark. Oh. Oh yeah. I mean, especially, well, I've seen how people do get that. Well, you got that one company that does that has that tire changing thing now, or the rack system, or whatever the heck you want to call it. But see, for me now, taking off the front tire, no big deal. I don't think. But I've got to have a book or sit here and watch somebody actually do it. I ain't even seen anybody really take one off yet. So I don't know if there's like a specialized bar or something like that that's in the middle. But if it's just like changing tires on a freaking mountain bike or 10-speed, then okay, no problem. So I mean, it's fair. Some of the stuff is fairly new to me. I haven't really watched people change tires yet. I haven't gotten into all that yet. And I mean, heck, my rear tires are car tires. They're Dunlops for now because, well, that's what the dealership's been putting on them and buying. So they're the ones eating the cost for that, other than me getting charged the install fee. I'm quite sure they're ready for me to be done. I bet they're hating that deal. But they're sticking to it. So, I mean, as long as they stick to it, I can't complain. I wonder, let's see what happens when I do this one. Okay, I gotta ask, Guns, do you actually hear those beads when you're actually riding? rolling around in the tire. Okay, so you guys, you don't hear the beef rolling around in the tires at all when you're going down the road? And again, it's like you're really going to hear a whole lot because I mean, there's I get it, road noise, but still. Oh, okay. That's cool. I'll say this. Last year there in Freaking my gosh, he totally bombed the concert. He was so toasted. He couldn't even remember the words. And actually, I think they actually even ended the set soon, early even. I'm not sure if Puddle of Mud's actually going to be playing it at Buffalo Chip this year, like they've been doing. Yeah, okay. No, I ain't taking a picture of the guy's phone holder. It's actually the paint job that's on the bars. That's what I was after. But you know how most people normally got the bike. You usually don't see painted bars a whole lot. This person actually painted their bars. I need a clue. Show me a sign. We'll be progressive until you go. Because that's the side of the bike right there. And I actually think this is one of the bikes that actually got in trouble during the rally. Can you guess why? Can you see what the possible problem is with the bike? I mean, it's a nice looking bike. Don't get me wrong. And I honestly think that they take the freaking some stuff a little too extreme during the rally. I'm sorry, if the bike is legal in the state that it's from, it shouldn't even be allowed to be touched by the nope, not the tag. Look forward. Because the guy's about my size that was riding, These best hauls out of it. Nope, not the signals. The bars. The bars are above his shoulders. Was above his shoulders. Slightly. I remember seeing this bike stop one night. And I'm about willing to bet that's probably why they stopped it. And it's nonsense. I'm sorry. I got a bike. It's legal in the state that I live in. And so it should be perfectly fine for me to ride anywhere that I go, regardless. But no, they get picky sometimes just because they feel like it. It seems like. I mean, it's just like California. I guarantee you take any car from any eastern state or Midwest state, for that matter, drive it to California. I guarantee you your vehicle's not California compliant. I know my truck ain't. It's got a cracked windshield right now. So I know for a fact that it's not California compliant. Even my car wasn't California compliant. But they don't go out of their way to stop you because you're an out-of-state tag. To give you a ticket because you're not compliant with the state laws for vehicles. Even though they know there's a very good chance your vehicle's not compliant. Now, they'll bust you the second you're speeding or something. Or you give them another reason to stop you other than the questionable whether or not you're California legal to drive, vehicle-wise. But, I mean, exactly. Well, hell, even my bike's not California legal, believe it or not. Based off of the laws that they have for noise, my bike's too loud for California. That's one reason why I would love to possibly go ride out there, but at the same time, I may not ever take my bike out there riding. Because I don't feel like getting stopped because, oh, your bike's a little too loud. Even though it's perfectly fine here. And it's not really that loud. There's bikes way louder than mine. A lot of DS18 bikes. Yeah, exactly. A lot of ours ain't going to be California illegal guns because of our pipes. That's for sure. And over there for noise, they'll definitely stop you in a heartbeat for noise, regardless. I mean, heck, I've watched YouTube videos where people that have stock exhaust from the factory on their cars getting stopped, saying, "Oh, your car's too loud, blah, 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 blah. It's not legal pipes. You have a modified exhaust." No, I don't. It's factory exhaust. That's like, dang, these cops are looking for anything to freaking try to blend the exhausts. And I mean, heck, if you know the cars, you know they're not lying. A lot of your sportier cars now come with catback exhaust already on the bike, or already on the car. No more tag. See, sometimes I can actually make the tag disappear. Sometimes.
Be yourself is all that you can do.
That's how bright the sun was. That even as thick as the tints were, you couldn't. It was, as you can tell, a red bike that looked like it was glowing red. That other bike's actually blue, but it looks purple because of the red tint. That's a bloody red bike. Now, I don't want to take the red out because, well, it's the color of the bike. Kind of sort of does make for a neat effect, though. Just saying. Well, see, for me, Victorville is one of the places that I grew up in. So, we did go to Knott's Berry Farm. I was at Pendleton for a while. So, California is kind of sort of one of my home states, or kind of sort of considered to be somewhat like a home state, I guess you can say in a way. But at the same time, when I went back for that court case a couple of years ago, and went back to my actual house one of the houses that I actually grew up in is actually still there at the base. It's actually still standing. And which was kind of neat to still see that it's actually still there. But at the same time, though, I knew I couldn't stay to visit long because of the toxic issues that are in the ground, on the ground, in the water. And a lot of that is part of the reasons why I've got leg issues. Which my parents didn't know. Heck, the base where I started having my actual first flare-ups and issues when I was a teenager, that base was toxic. And we didn't know then. I just knew the water tasted like crap. That's one reason why you don't really see me drink a whole lot of water. Is because, well, and the water tastes like chemicals, not bleach either. Talking jet fuel, cleaning chemicals, de-icer. You kind of sort of get to the point where you don't really want to drink water. Or much anything else for that matter that's coming out of a faucet. So, but yeah, it's kind of heartbreaking seeing the base and in the shapes that it's in, but at the same time, the state won't even allow the Air Force and the DoD to demolish the buildings because of the asbestos and the toxic, all the toxins and stuff that's in the water and on the ground and underneath the houses, the whole 9 yards. They're not even allowed to even destroy the buildings. The state said no, creates too much of a hazard for them to be demolished. Dust and stuff that got stirred up would create all kinds of environmental hazards. They said it's confined to the buildings and the ground. Okay, fine. Just let it sit there. We'll deal with it that way. So, yeah, anybody saying that the government's here to help? Nah, far from it. Help shorten your life, maybe, but they definitely ain't around to help take care of you. That's for sure. I can promise you that. I mean, heck, we've even, while doing research and stuff for the base, we've even ran across, that's got clear handguards, by the way, on it. See? That's the first bike that I ever seen that actually had clear handguards. I've always seen, like everybody else, is carbon fiber and painted, whatever. That one's actually clear. 7 seas, everybody looking for something. Sweet dreams are made of leaves. Sweet dreams are made of leaves. They can, but they can't. Because the problem with it, Evil, is they're not even sure exactly how much of the Agent Orange family herbicides on the base. There's been guys that's worked there from civil engineering in the group sit there and tell us that they know for a fact that they used Agent Orange, green, pink, blue, which is fireproof. And when I was looking at the last known list of inventory stuff that was found in the pesticide building, storage building, they actually had Agent White there at the time. So they're not even sure how much of the rainbow chemicals they sprayed there over the years. But they know they sprayed it. So, yeah, it is what it is. But yet, here's the part that is why I say they're not here to help and help short. No, the only way they're helping is wanting to help shorten our lives is the fact that the locals in Victorville have bought the lie that the base is fine. There's nothing to be worried about at all. Everything there is perfectly fine. Yet, when Dr. Pepper opened up a bottling company, they put a bottling plant there on the opposite side of the runway on the base and tapped into the water aquifer that's underneath the base. It only took a matter of 2 years for them to have a massive arsenic outbreak in California in bottled water for Nestle. Well, the funny thing is when we got to looking at who bottled the Nestle water bottles, well, they came out of that very plant. And the toxic reports that we have for the base, there was extreme amounts of arsenic found in the water, in the aquifers underneath the base. So, yeah. At that point, it started to come back to the public of, hey, something's going on here. And then now you hear about this PFAS stuff, which is the firefighting foam, the toxic agent that's in the firefighting foam, being in the water and stuff. And so the Air Force done figured out they're not going to be able to keep it quiet for much longer. So they decided year before last to start making out pamphlets and start sending them out to everybody that lives in the area of the base last year. And according to a couple of the group members that live there, the town, the city mayor, a lot of the people in town were demanding that the city mayor and the city officials get fired, resign, and be brought up on charges for knowing about the issue and lying about it. And making money off of people getting sick. So, maybe in time, who knows? But, yeah. Whoa. This is just a long process. Oh, we got 4 people watching now. Wow. Money green, hey, X. Yeah, so yeah, the 4200, or 4000. I'm still not, or 4200 actually. There's another folder on that. I don't use every single picture, but one thing Mom taught me when I started, I asked her, I go, what kind of advice can you give me about the cameras and stuff? And I told her I was getting a Nikon. This is a few years back, and she's like, oh, she goes, I like back in the day. She goes, back in the 80s when she was doing taking pictures and stuff and doing stuff. She's like, you can take as many pictures as you want. She goes, so just take pictures all you can get. I was like, okay. So, typically I've got at least a minimum of 2 pictures of everything that I take. You guys will get a better view of the bags here in a second. This was a pretty cool bike. I like the scheme that he did with it. It's a zombie bike. Put it up on you. Heaven is a place where the angels go. Well, then I got a story to tell. If heaven is a place where the angels go, then I guess you're going straight to hell. I like that. That was I mean, I'm pretty sure that's a decal. I'm willing to bet. I don't, because it. After darkening it, I can see that it is. So have you been able to, so how bad were the storms where you were at, by the way, Eagle? Considering I know there was a couple real bad ones heading your way the other day. Oh, zombies are real. Yeah, that one. Come on. That sun was just too dang blinding that day. That ain't gonna work. Oh wow, really? I thought you was probably, well, when I talked to Zan sat there and told me he said that he was close to a couple of the storms were getting a little close to you, but he says he thinks that they should avoid you pretty for the most part. But he had that one that come real close to him. I was getting a bit nervous about that. I was like, oof. Me and him was sitting there talking. I was like, hey, you see you say about this one, but it's got 2 tornadoes coming right at you, right? Like, yeah, he goes, I kind of see it. He goes, our local weather person's talking about it right now. But it was hilarious. Well, what was, I don't know if you want to call it comical in a way, but, or whatever, but at the same time, though, kind of sad when the YouTube weatherman, Ryan, and his crew, him and Andy, can actually call out where the next tornado is going to be at before the weather service even thinks about trying to call it out. And it's just like the second they see it form, the second they start talking about it, the next thing you know, the weather service is turning around and issuing a warning out for it. I was like, them guys need to be getting some money off of the weather service. Because it's a bit obvious that the National Weather Service was watching their channel. And there was one time a couple of years ago where one of the National Weather Service centers was actually showing that they were actually watching his channel. I was like, that's pretty cool. Yeah, Zan got a couple close calls. Shoot forward. And I wonder what it's trying to do. Just to shut you out. Don't try to take it. If the road is trying to take it, forsake it. Now it's up to you, the path that you choose. It's all the same, no one to blame. I don't know if I'd have a speaker sitting down there in front of the tire like that, and especially not have a grill over it. Speakers ain't cheap. I guarantee you that bike doesn't really ride. They don't ride it nowhere, except for the trailer into the darn competition ring. Oh, is that bike probably don't get ridden down the road? It wouldn't take much to send a rock to that speaker. Sorry, folks. Again, I had beef stroganoff a little bit ago, so I had to cook me some beef stroganoff. I ain't had it in a while. Daughter doesn't like it, so I tend not to make stuff that she doesn't like. So when I get a chance and she's not here, I'll typically make something. I'll make a couple of things that I like that she doesn't. Well, no, it does run because it was actually running. Because a lot of the sound competitions, that's one of the rules: is the bike has to start, roll into, and out of the ring of the competition tent in order for it to be able to compete. If it cannot start and you cannot move it, it's disqualified from the competition. I'm guessing because, from what I understand, because I was asking, so I was like, you would think that would be kind of sort of a no-brainer, I guess, in a way, but the guy that I talked to sat there and told me, he goes, no, he goes, the reason why they made that a rule was there was people that were building bikes for sound competitions that all they had in them was a battery and the speakers. They got to the point where they were actually taking the motors even off the bikes and putting speakers where the motors were supposed to be and just roll them into the thing. So they had to start making rules where the bike has to run and has to be able to come into and out of the ring of the competition area on its own power. And if it cannot, it's disqualified. And that includes after you're done. Once your round's done, your competition bit's done with, you still have to be able to start your bike up and get it out of the ring. So just because your bike start, or you may have done good sound-wise, your bike could sound great, but if it don't start back up afterwards, you just got disqualified. Hey, what's going on, Zan? I felt this way before, so insecure. Yeah, thank you for swinging by, Zan. Yeah, we were just talking about the storms a minute ago, and you. Throw myself upon you, reflecting, reacting, and my inside my own reflection. It's haunting how I can't see inside myself again. My walls are closing in. I felt this way before. So insecure. Well, that's good. I was going to ask you if you're feeling any better today. Seems like a lot of people. Well, it's not hard to get sick when it's 60, 70 degrees one day and 20 the next. I know Mom was telling me a little bit ago, sleeping up at her house, up on the mountain. I was like, well, okay. But I am glad to hear that you're doing better. Hello. Computer's running slow. But look at all that oil in that thing. Could have at least cleaned it a little. Took it off and cleaned it before you put it out on the thing. You're going to display your bike. You have to make sure everything's clean. I got some oil residue inside the air filter box. Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that, then, that it's better. And that you're getting the feeling better anyways. Because, yeah. We gotta have that slow race at Mobbing in the Mountains. I just gotta figure out what kind of lineup I want. The moves I want to bring with me. Then again, though, you sure we want to do this, by the way? Because, I mean... And you gotta stop and think about it. 3 people on trikes doing the slow competition. And, yeah, I mean, the one rule is you can't get off the bike. So, I mean, gotta make sure you got enough stuff to camp for a few days, but we'll miss out on all the rides. Oh, I know, I get it. Well, no, that's still gonna suck. Something's gotta kill. Oh. But yeah, just I just can't wait to be able to get out and ride with everybody. And jeez, I just remembered I was supposed to do something today and I forgot to do it. Dang it. Oh well, I can call them tomorrow. Because I'm going to try to look into something tomorrow. I was going to do it today, and then kind of sort of too late to do it today. And they closed about 30 minutes ago. So I'll have to wait and call them tomorrow. I guess my computer would quit acting up. I mean, technically, we could sit there the entire time for mobbing, but no. I'm sorry, guys. You guys, I'll lose. I'll just tell you right up front. I'll lose right off the bat as soon as the first morning rolls around. And Drew gets ready to go out on that out on the rides. I'll lose at that point because yeah, I'm going out riding. Now the funny thing about this bike right here, this trike, I talked to the guy that built it. The guy that runs the company that built it. And supposedly, his words, not mine, that is 24 gold plating. All of that right through there is all 24 karat gold plated. And he said it ran about almost $200,000 for the build. I was like, almost $200,000 for a bike. One, I like the paint job. Two, I ain't paying $200,000 for a bike to sit in the garage. Not my style. So that was a waste of money, if you ask me. Somebody got more money than they do sense. They spend that kind of money to build this bike. And not ride it? No way. The guy said the paint job wasn't that bad. He said the paint job's... So I asked him about the paint. How much would it be for just the paint job? He said the paint job ran about $15,000, $20,000. Because of course, they used some of the 24 karat gold flake in the paint, supposedly. So I'm like, oh, okay. Now, why would anybody want to use 24 karat gold plating or flake on a bike that you're going to be wanting to ride? Is beyond me. I mean, other than to flaunt the money that you've got, that's true, Zen. And that's the case with that bike. Because I'm sorry. Okay, let me take that back. I win the lottery, there will be signs. Just saying. I won one of them couple $100 million lotteries. Okay, there might be signs. That's not the same trike, by the way. That's a different one. But we will be getting back to that trike here in a minute. I mean, don't get me wrong. These, I don't think I could actually ever really like. I mean, they're cool to look at, but honestly, though, practicality, the ability to actually ride that on the street, I guarantee you that bike, this trike right here, beats you to death riding it on the road. Look how thin the back tires are, and look how thin that front tire is. I would be scared to death to ride out on the majority of the streets in anywhere around here in Tennessee for sure, because you're going to feel every little pebble. Not to mention, you run across a small pothole in that thing, I guarantee you that front tire's gone. Probably the rear tires too. No thicker than what they are. I guarantee you it'll damage the rear tires even. I mean, yeah, to me they kind of sort of are. I mean, it's one thing to look at it, okay, cool, looks neat in a way, but at the same time, it's just not my style. Yeah, see, that whole rim's 24 karat gold plating. The case is 24 karat gold plating. The heads, the cover, the rear wheels, the pegs, all that. I was like, get the heck out of here. Guarantee you, that guy definitely got more money than he does sense, that's for sure. That wanted that had them built, whoever it was that had them built that. Because I'll be honest, there's even if I had a few hundred million, didn't care whether or not the paint got damaged and whether or not the gold plating got screwed up and scratched. I wouldn't want that bike. I wouldn't spend my money on that. I mean, just look at all that gold plating. I mean, brake calipers. No, thank you. But each their own, though. Come on, computer. Now that's a good possibility for me too. Well, you can do that with my bike. I've seen more than enough people with my bike with the tri-glides doing that. It just voids Harley Davidson's warranty for whatever screwed up reason, supposedly. But I mean, I've seen every year at Sturgis, there's at least a dozen or so tri-glides that I see with pop-up campers behind them. There was one last year. The pop-up camper was bigger than the freaking trike was. He was just going down the road with it. So I'm just like, okay. But yeah, you can pull a trailer with a Harley Davidson tri-glide easily. Now, whether it voids warranty or not is up to the dealership. Is my guessing. That's like I said, this track looks good to look at. I mean, it's tastefully done. Not gonna lie. It's just whether I'd spend that kind of money on a custom track like that, even if I had the money to blow like that. Not to that extent, no. I really don't see myself doing that. Yep, let's see here. Alrighty. Oh, 1 second. Daughter telling me she's gonna be heading out here soon, heading back to the house. So her vacation in Florida is fixing to come to an end here in just about an hour. Yeah, I was gonna say that's the thing though, Zan, is whether or not, what kind of gas mileage did they get the people that actually pulled the. Yeah, there ain't no telling what kind of gas mileage you would get trying to pull a trailer on with a tri-glide though. I mean, heck, mine don't get very good as it is. Especially once I get her up to about 90 or so. Or, I mean, up on 90. You know, I-90. Where speed limits actually jump up to 80 mile an hour. That's like I said, bikes. I like the trike was nice looking at it. Now the paint job I would definitely do. Not gonna lie, I do like the paint job. The paint looks great. It's just using that actual 24 karat gold for everything. I wouldn't do. Granted, a bike like that, I would have to figure out some way to turn it into Oh yeah, I like the purple and the gold tones that they did with it. The purple, well, basically it's instead of it being a Mystic Shift in blue, like what Harley's got this year, it's more like a Mystic Shift in gold instead of blue. Because if you look, right there's the blue. And it gets almost to the exact same colored blue as the Mystic Shift purple does on the Harleys, on this year's Harley Davidson's paint job. But the Harley paint purple though gets to be just a little bit purplish than the blue. It doesn't fade a whole lot. Not to the extremes of that. But as you can tell, they've had the bike running. So it's like I said, the person evidently doesn't mind riding it. So I did see a couple little nicks, a chip or two up on the front of the fender, which spending that kind of money, I'd been pissed. I'd be majorly upset. But you can tell, though, they don't ride it a whole... I don't think they ride it that a lot. But you can see where... You can see that pipe's gotten pretty warm. It's blued quite a bit. Because right there, you can see where the gold's actually been fading off. So it's not just been a sit and collector type thing. That person actually rides it, but dang, no thank you. Like I said, I think I'd get mad the first time I'd see somebody put a chip in the paint or something. I think I'd get upset about it too much. What's caused it to get freaking dark like that? Hell, it shouldn't have gotten it that dark.
Who wants some jambalaya?
No. Oops. The Chrome Squad. They do the same thing on the tail all the time. This is not a game for the eternal flames of each passing breath. Father, please forgive me for my sins. There's a cost for every loss and every win. In the end, I feel so empty. Envy drove me to the brink. Mentally insane, I can't explain the cost between the shrink. But that's how packed the speedway was. The speedway area. I mean, I was live a couple of times for a little bit. Yeah, that Florida sun, but gosh, it's murder. Believe it or not, though, that's what's hilarious. Is Honda does a supply and demand thing. I've noticed that. And because so many people like Groms and wants Groms, those Groms run almost as much as a Nightster. I about fell over when I seen the price. I was like, there is no way. Oh, cool. The only problem about taking pictures sometimes is you get people that actually pay attention to you other than where they're going. That's one reason why I don't. As much as I like to go up towards the tail and get pictures and stuff, I typically don't a whole lot, just because of that very reason. Is people, as soon as they see a camera, they're starting to watch you. They'll look at you in a heartbeat. I mean, kind of sort of human nature in a way, but at the same time, though, sometimes, some places, that's not exactly the most ideal thing to do. And it's partially as much fault as for the photographer as it is the person riding. When you think about it, because if you know people are going to be paying attention to you instead of where they're going, that's when you go out and try to hide instead of actually be seen. And it's not that I'm trying to sneak peek pictures of people. It's just I don't want to feel like the reason why they wiped out. Because some people only have one-track minds. Yeah, that's true. Zan, you should be fine during the daytime. Don't know why at nighttime it would be any different. As long as you got trailer lights for the brake and tail lights and turn signals. Shouldn't make a difference any other way, any other reason. But yeah, that's one thing I have noticed is you get the zoomies and the groms always travel in herds. Or packs, or whatever you want to call them. Harleys do sometimes. But you got to admit, Groms and Zoomies, they're usually always in a pack. You hardly ever see just one or two by themselves. Well, you got to remember, starting today, daylight's going to be longer now. Today's the first day of spring where nighttime and daytime are equal. Or supposedly, anyways. See, look, they just keep coming. It's Groms for days. I see. I'll have to figure out my route and when I'm going to go to mobbing. Because we also have. Oh, did you guys happen to see where Mrs. Where Hog Daddy's wife passed away yesterday? Sadly. Yeah, they made a post, well, I kind of figured you probably didn't, Zan, or Evil. I just didn't know if Zan had heard or not either. But, yeah, they made a post yesterday in the Facebook group that, I guess she passed away yesterday morning. Didn't say what the reasons was. It's just. So I'm sure it's going to be a little bit of a damper on this year's Hog Rock. So I hadn't seen nothing today. I hadn't really looked though today yet either. I haven't really been on Facebook yet today. But Tonus had made the post about it though yesterday about it. Saying that Hog Daddy had called and told him about her passing away. But you are going to mobbing though, right? Yeah, I can't wait for mobbing either. Then again, I may have to figure something out to be able to get a hold of get Tweedle under my belt a little bit. But I will say it was actually surprising when me and Crystal was playing around in town. While we were when I was down in Daytona. Because I wasn't expecting to be. I knew the bike does alright. But for it to do as good as it done, I was actually surprised. Even Crystal sat there and told me, she goes, your bike actually did pretty decent. She goes, I wasn't even thinking that you would actually be hanging as long as you did. I was like, I wasn't expecting to either. I goes, I figured, hey, as soon as you got on it, you'd be gone. I was like, I wasn't expecting to be able to be right there behind you for a little bit. She goes, neither did I. So, I mean, it's all fun and games anyways. I mean, heck, it's like I told Tweedle, me and Tweedle actually talked one day about it. Hey, anybody know who that is? Yeah, he wasn't even spared. I caught him while he was working. Yeah, I'll have to check my reservations and see when I got my reservations for the campground. Because I'll probably head up that morning, just ride straight up there to it. Well, I'm just gonna say I may or may not be riding up there. I may or may not be trailering. I'm just gonna say that. Because there might be a surprise. There's a possibility there might be a surprise for Marvin. I don't know yet. Come on, computer, work with me here. But acting like a 20-year-old girl. You're not doing a reservation, you're just crashing somewhere. Well, if my campsite's big enough, you can crash at my site. Because I can't remember what the quote-unquote size things are for it. You're more than welcome to stay at, use whatever campground site's available that I get that I'm not using. I don't care. Because to hear Drew tell it, it's not like they're gonna be. Oh, okay. Oh, Evil's setting up on Fat Glide Hellfire spot. Okay. I see how it is. Oh, Gun's got a cabin. Oh yeah, I remember you saying something about getting a cabin. Yeah, I was gonna say from the way how Drew talked during that one live when he was talking about it, don't sound like they're gonna be too worried about where anybody's at. And just in case you haven't been to Daytona before, that's the entryway into the speedway. I'm sure all of us that's here has actually been to Daytona at some point or another. Yeah, he did say that they're getting a big fire pit for sure. But I know when I talked to him when I was down at Daytona and we were talking a little bit, he was sitting there telling me that mobbing's getting bigger and bigger by the day. He's like, I can't say. He goes, but he goes, it's getting bigger by the day. He goes, almost every time somebody hears about it, I've got another company asking about something about it. He goes, so he hopes everybody's going to be real appreciative of everything this year. I told him, I was like, heck, I go, you got my appreciation, no problem. I go, just for having somebody come up with the idea to put something together for all of us to get together and ride around together is more than enough for me. I go, everything else that happens to be going on is just extra bonus. He goes, oh yeah. He goes, there's quite a bit more. It's like, oh, okay, cool. Now he wouldn't tell me, he wouldn't get into too much detail, so. I've never been there. So it'll be a new experience for me. That's one of the areas that I haven't been. Which, I mean, I went to the back of the mountain, or back of the dragon, back of the dragon last year finally, and that was a blast. I like that road. Come on. There we go. It's a fun road. Oh, the back of the dragon is? Lucky. I seen where they got the store open though now. They made a post yesterday, day before yesterday, saying that they've actually got the store is now officially open for the season. And closing time's basically 9 p.m. every day. Ah, okay. Oh yeah, for sure, Eagle. But I'm thinking that I didn't click on that. Clicked on the one next to it. Well, that won't work too. I'm starting to think that the locals are actually hoping it will turn into a rally. Is what I'm thinking. So I kind of sort of think that's where Smoky Mountain Bike Rally came to be. Was people were getting together, more and more people were getting together for the flat track racing. And it just got to the point where somebody was like, why don't we just try to turn this into our bike rally instead? Because I think that's how the Smoky Mountain Bike Rally came to be. Because the flat track racing that happens there during the rally has been going on for years. But this is only going to be the third year for the bike rally. I may have to try to reach out to the person that's supposed to be over it, try to do an interview type live or an interview type thing for the person that made that. If I can talk. Do an interview type thing to try to help spread the word a little bit more about the rally. Try to get more people to come down. I mean, I know it's the same weekend as the let's see, what does that look like? Yeah, it looks better. But taking do an interview thing with the person that started that's behind the rally being started, and try to get the story a little bit to see if I can't get more people to start showing up for the rally this year. Because I mean, a lot of people are complaining about Myrtle Beach and the cops at Myrtle Beach, picking on everybody, and how Myrtle Beach doesn't really want the bikers there for Bike Week for either bike rally, the spring or the fall one. And from what I understand, the rally's not even really in Myrtle Beach anymore. I haven't been to it, so I don't really know. What gives? So, see this. So, I mean, if people are trying to find another fall rally to go to, it'd be great to get people to start coming down the Smoky Mountain. Plus, I'm sure Drew and Tweedle wouldn't mind. I know Crystal wouldn't either. Help business for sure. As tight as these bikes were packed into each other, I was trying to get as much of the fender in as I could, because that painting actually goes all the way to the back of the fender on the bike. And I like the paint job. I like how this guy had his bike painted. But I know I'm probably going to be, what time is it? Yeah, I'm going to go for another 40 minutes, and then I've got to give my eyes a break from pictures. Oh, I don't know exactly what all he's added either. And it's not so much that Drew's added. It's companies reaching out to Drew. Because there's been a couple companies that have reached out to Drew. He won't tell me which ones. I've tried. Because I was kind of curious myself. So So I couldn't get Drew to answer too many questions. He wouldn't tell me too much. So who we still got watching? Is it just me and you, Evil, again? Come on. Oh, Guns is still here. Okay. I wasn't sure who was still here. I just know it just tells me that there's just two people here. Oh, there's Evil. So the counter's wrong. Okay. That's true. See, what sucks is I don't think I've ever told the story that I found out about the guy, Augie, the artist that did the EGA on the front fairing of my bike. I had actually found his Facebook page, and I actually had somebody message me back from them. Because I was asking, seeing if they was going to be in Daytona or see how he was doing, yada yada. And sadly, it was his daughter that messaged me back. And she sat there and told me that he had passed away 2 months after Sturgis in 2022. She sat there and told me he passed away, sadly, in 2023 or 2022, about a month or two after Sturgis of I think she said a heart attack, because of the complications of the flu. Which in 22 he was sick pretty much most of that rally. I remember. I mean, I even hung around his tent a little bit for a while he was working on the bike, on the paint job. And he was sitting there apologizing to me and everything else, telling me he's sorry that that's taking longer than it should, and this and that. And I was like, dude, you're fine. I was like, you're perfectly fine. I go, take your time. I go, it is what it is. He goes, I know you'd rather be out riding than having to sit around here waiting on me. I was like, dude, you're good. Because my sister was actually still living in Rapid City at the time. She wasn't deployed. She didn't get assigned. She wasn't assigned to Ramstein yet. So my sister was. I just have to get a hold of my sister and have her come pick me up. I go back to her apartment during the nights, waiting on the bike to get done. And she'd take me over and drop me off in the mornings. And I'd just hang out with him most of the day. And so it is. Anybody that was at Sturgis that year knows That was the year where it was hot one day, cold the next, hotter than hell, hotter than heck, hotter than heck, ice cold again, storming, sunny. We pretty much got almost all 4 seasons within the 2 weeks. And so she had asked me about the bike and about as to what I was needing to paint, or she apologized that I couldn't get the painting done. I was like, no. I go, the painting that he done was great. I go, we were discussing about painting the side fender, painting my fenders and stuff. I go, but I hadn't seen him, so I was just kind of curious if he was still in business or something's happened or what. And that's when I found out. And then she asked me if I wouldn't care to let her see what he painted, because it was one of the actual last paintings that he'd done. So I told her I didn't mind at all. So I should. Heck. What the heck happened there? Evidently, I hit that on button at the wrong time sometime or another. But, so, I sent her a picture and videos of him painting the fairing and stuff. And she sat there and told me she appreciated it because it was one of the last very few pieces of artwork that he done. And she said that she remembers him talking about it because he felt bad about how long it took him to get it done. I told her it was fine. I even sat there and told him several times that it was fine. I was happy with it, and I go, and furthermore, the painting is not going anywhere. Not unless the bike gets wrecked. Hopefully it doesn't, but because I told her the bike stay with me. The bike's with me until I'm gone. So. Alright, come on, zoom out. Thank you. So this is it. I say goodbye to this chapter of my ever-changing life. And there's mistakes. The path is long. And I'm sure I'll answer for them when I'm gone. So when they use hands, I won't trust my face. Tell them to carry off their family left this place. It's been so cold. Look in my face. All the stories it will tell I can't erase. The road is long. Just one more song. There's something to remind you when I'm gone. When I'm gone. And that's what all the videos and pictures are for. The roads of hell are on the way. It's made with good intentions, so they say. Some believe that no good deed goes unpunished in the end, so it seems. So when the day comes and the sun won't touch my face, still the ones who care enough that I finally left this place that's been so cold. Look in my face, all the stories it will tell I can't erase. The road is long, just one more song, a little something to remind you when I'm gone, when I'm gone. I talked to the couple that got off of this bike right here, and the bike actually belonged to a family member that rode, and that was her actual bike, but she passed away from breast cancer. So that's the whole reason for that stuff that's on the bike. And they made sure that they sat there and told me that she was always. They decided to keep the bike and actually fix it up in her honor. A squid mobile. It's a squid. It's a squid Harley. The true definition of a squid missile. If you know, you know. Yeah, and everyone always says it's always the Marines that are always the ones that are so gung-ho to make sure everybody knows that they were Marines. That's Navy. The other bike was an Army veteran. Well, you ain't the only ones. I've seen a few Air Force ones too, by the way. I could have swore that was in better focus than that. Yeah, it is. It's just my eyes. And same. That's one of the reasons why I can only do pictures for so long, because my eyes get to the point where they trying to focus on everything, just start screwing with them. I start thinking something's out of focus when in reality it's not out of focus. Even my eyeballs that are out of focus. Because they're going, hey, yeah, you're staring at this stuff for too long. You're trying to get too detailed. Yeah, Daniel sat there and told me, he goes, I know what you got to do. I go, what's that? He goes, you need to make you a trike chopper. It's like, yeah, no, I see that. Yeah, my lens is a little dirty. Sometimes you can see that. Gotta get rid of these spots. Like I said, I'm not a professional by any means or standards by any means. Some people seem to think that I am, but I'm not. Far from being a professional. Far, far from it. I've actually done that as a kid growing up, honestly. Between mom and dad. Mom had a bunch of slides from her deployment to Greece, and then Dad had a bunch from when he was stationed in Japan over in Okinawa. So I would take them up, I wouldn't look through the projector. I'd actually have to hold them up to the light bulb. So yeah, I know what you're talking about. Evil. I was younger back then, though. Let's see, can we cartoon this one a little bit? Yeah. Ooh. I almost kind of sort of like that. True, it does suck. 'Cause, like, they were about that big. I mean, realistically, they're little squares about like that. About that size. At least film-wise, it was about that size. This reason why I can actually see dots that are from the dirty lens. I can actually see them. I think a lot of it's because of doing crap like that when I was younger. My eyes focus. Well, part of it's my ADHD though too. It focuses on so many different things at once. So yeah, that was one of the things that I don't really talk about much. And a lot of people are like, "You're a bit weird." Yeah, that's one of my things. And if I feel like I'm intruding on somebody, I will quietly just vanish. Whether I am or not is irrelevant. If I feel like I am, I just disappear. I will quietly walk away in the background. So if that happens during mobbing, don't think nothing of it. That's just part of the, I guess, me, I guess. I know I've done it that's one thing a lot of people think I'm kind of sort of weird or out there or whatever, but at the same time though, I know a lot of it's got to deal with, my daughter's got it. I've always suspected that I've had the issues, but never really acknowledged them, per se. But it's kind of hard for me to ignore them anymore. when it sticks out. But yeah, is what it is. But yes, that's part of my weirdness. Oh no, that dirty part of the lens is in the wrong spot. But that's the reason why you can somewhat tell that I've got it, because if you listen, if you're with me for a live for a while, it shows real bad. Because I'll talk about one thing and then something else, almost instantly. There's ways why sometimes you'll see me, I can do stuff for hours. Like, oh, I gotta do this. Up and gone. I thought this is so cool. I wish I knew where the heck these people got these from. So I'd like to see what other type of designs and stuff they've got. I may have to do an online search for them. Because I seen that, I was like, what? It's like, where did they get that at? I think the shark on the Harley emblem's pretty cool. I was like, that's pretty neat. I like that. Do I have what cleaner? I'm using my phone, so so I get another message. I think, yeah. I can't exactly say exactly everything that you just typed. Evil. All I can say is SENS. Hang on a minute. I can see this. Let's do it this way. Come on. Oh. Yeah. Welcome to the Twilight Zone. Yeah, got them. Well, the camera actually has its own sensor cleaner. Lens cleaning, I do it when I remember to do it. If that makes any sense to you. I'm sure it does. Yeah, Mom gets on to me sometimes too. She's like, you ought to clean your lens. I was like, I forgot. Sorry. Let's see. Are they in that folder? This one. No. Yeah. I'll show you some of the other pictures from the storms when they got here, real quick. This was at the house. As you can tell, daytime's kind of harder to get. That one was pretty. That one was a pretty good one. I liked it. Yeah, to say that lightning's just one particular white flash and nothing else, not really. And you can actually see how far up it goes, because right here is part of that bolt. It goes all the way down here. Came up, and I think it goes back off this way and splits off that way. But yes, I like to actually take pictures of storms a lot. That cloud right there is actually what started a tornado actually formed out of that, off of that cloud, off of that storm. About 25 miles, 30 miles northeast of here. And of course, my art lens and nighttime pictures, they come in real. I like them a lot. That's the colored version. That's the blacked out version. You'll see it here in just a second. I'm actually watching the live on my phone, and I've only got the one screen. Oh yeah, I remember you did. Maybe you had talked a little bit before you got nailed, or those that were coming down heading towards you. And then here were some of the more wild ones. This one went like freaking forever. Heck, I grew up. I spent 3 years in San Antonio, Texas, growing up, and we had storms one time so bad that they actually. Come on, close. Thank you. That the city actually had 7 tornadoes surrounding the city off of one storm. So yeah, I've grew up with my fair share of tornadoes. Heck, there was even a time when I was staying with my aunt in Michigan growing up, and there was bad storms and stuff in the area, but it wasn't raining outside. It was just windy, and I just happened to be sitting on the front porch looking up the sky and stuff, and I seen clouds starting to swirl, and I was just like, I hollered at my aunt. She came outside. She's like, what? I go, look at that. Not really knowing exactly at that point how tornadoes were formed just quite yet. Next thing I know, she's scrambling. We're getting in the car. We're going down the road. We were getting out of Dodge quick. And yes, that is a Sportster, yes. But it's got a lot of thunder. What is it? Shoot, I can't think of it. It's on the tip of my tongue. It's a dealership. It's a Harley dealer out of Germany. Thunderstrike, I think's the name of it. Harley Davidson out of Germany. They actually make custom parts for the sports dress. The little light thingy, little flight air deflector right there above the headlights. Theirs. The wheels are theirs. I think the covers are theirs too. That's a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde exhaust. But yeah. Oh wow. Huh. I didn't know that. I'm gonna guess that must have been the local news guy telling you all that. So I remember you was telling me you was watching the local weather guy. I was trying to let you know that Ryan was live and stuff. I didn't know if you was watching Ryan or not. I tend to watch him more. I tend to actually trust his weather reports more than a weatherman's anymore, hardly, because it seems like almost every time he says something, it basically happens the way how he calls it out almost a week ahead of time. I need a clue. Show me a sign. In the mood. Real geographic. Until yeah, that is kind of crazy though, Zan. That was 100 years minus a day. Which then again though, was that before midnight or after midnight? Because if I remember correctly, you still had a couple of storms after midnight that hit your time, which had tornadoes in them still. So much like you, moving the moment, coming to you. It's so big, it's not easy to choose. Which one to do? So let's go with everything we know. Honestly, though, I will say I was actually wanting to put all the test riding videos out on YouTube, but all in a row, one right after the other, And then I got to thinking, I was like, actually, I can actually probably draw these out where at least I put one of them out a week. Because I probably don't need to overflood the channel with the ride videos one after the other. So I was like, so after I've done I think it was Lowrider S video that I put out yesterday, I decided I'm going to probably wait till like Monday, Tuesday, and do the next one. Or was it the Sportster S? I'll have to look. I ain't gonna look right now, but I'll have to look and see which one was the last one I'd done. But I know I'd done 2 of them right off the box. So. I was like, oh, hang on a minute. I need to spread these. I could probably spread these out and might be able to actually maintain people. Instead of people thinking I'm dropped off the face of the earth, not putting out videos. A Stormtrooper Road Glide. Safest bike out there. And if you know, you know. Yeah, I think the shorts, me doing the shorts like I do, are fine. I think, personally, I could probably put as many shorts out as I want in the daytime during the day, and it's not that big of a deal. But the actual video is the thing I'm going to try to put maybe 1 or 2 out a week until I get them all done. Because I got burnout videos, I got drag race videos, or the barrel racing, or whatever you want to call it, the drift racing videos. Got a little bit of that. And then, of course, I got some from downtown. I can tell you whose bike that is. That's Donnie's trike from Fair and Exchange. That's what he rides. I was probably he was putting out videos for a bit, and then I haven't seen much, so I don't know if he's just quit doing videos because they're so busy, or if he just felt like the heck with it. Dang, pollen and trees. Peter kicked on too. I'm saying, come on, reset sometime today. Peter's wanting to be a pain in the butt. Well, I have kind of sort of left this app running. I've left the programs running for the last few days now. So I know that's part of the problem. But at the same time, though, I didn't want to lose my place because with 2,000 pictures, that's not going to be hard to do. Bit too much. I have thought about going straight to Doc's bike and trying to get it done for him. Well, I'm sure he's wanting to see what I'll do to his bike this year, picture wise. I kind of sort of want to keep stuff straightened out. Actually, you know what? Doc's not here on the live. You guys are.
Just tell me if we got a problem, let me know.
You guys want me to do Doc's bike real quick?
I can crack the code. Yeah, you were acting all so hot, now you cold. Oh, you got me turning inside out.
Drop me a comment. Yes, if you want to see Doc's bike. Yeah, I could do that. Or I could just edit them and then just save them later when I get down there to them. When I get that far down. Or I could just put them under Doc. Let's see here. See if we can find it. Okay, there's the burnout. Oh. You think the pipes are getting just a little bit hot? What do you think about that glowing action? Pipes that glow in the dark. That's Drew's boy too, by the way. That's who Drew was talking about. Drew and Tweedle was talking about. And Doc last night on their live. This is the bike they were talking about. And saying Doc's not here. None of them's here to see. Alright, let's see if we can find Doc's. Doc's would have been right before the event because he didn't want me to do it at the campground. He wanted me to do it at the event because he was going to have it cleaned. So should be right up this way somewhere. Hey, look what we got here. The bosses. Alrighty, there's Doc's bike. Now nobody better be messaging him, letting him know that I'm working on his bike early. Now, if he happens to decide to drop in and check out the live on his own, that's fine and dandy. But I don't want him making a special trip into the channel just because he knows I'm working on his bike, working on his pictures. And I think I'm going to actually leave the Daytona drift shirt hanging within the background. Y'all still there? Y'all fall asleep.
Simply explains it's all that remains. It's no longer life, that's left days.
Yeah, I will honestly say Shark Demon Headlight, though, is definitely worth getting.
Now that you're gone, it's easy to see. It's so hard to believe. I'm like before, there's nothing here, it's all disappeared. It hurts me to see that we've been alive. Would it have hurt you to try?
Come on. Hey, come on. There we go. Computer's not wanting to cooperate today. Like I said, shh. I'm not talking to Doc and letting him know I've got them done. Or let him know that I'm working on them on live. Now, if he swings in here, that's one thing. But I'm not making any. I'm not letting him know ahead of. I'm not letting him know. That's on him for not checking out a live. Only fair, right? Y'all get to see the pictures before he does?
Out here, spending innocent days, going all about it. I'm already gone. When I left, I bet you held the body closer. And I was hoping you would tell her it was over. You're thinking about it everywhere I go. I know it's better. We could slow. This was life. Could do anything. Without your mind.
Right, Evil? I mean, I show up to his lives. And of course, that's when I'm not working. When I know that he's live, once I see that he's live and I'm not working. Hope you can read Braille. Yeah, I get eyes all the dang time when I'm taking pictures of plates and stuff. It's like, people are like, oh, I wonder whose plate that is. It's so famous that they're taking pictures of. It's ducks. Arteries. I will tell you what was funny though. What was, I wish the person would. I wish I was able to catch the guy live, on a live. or he jumps in during a live or something that I'm doing just to say hello, because I actually ran. This was just like pure just luck of the draw, I guess you would say. And it was like one of those, oh, this is cool kind of moment. Like, okay, I guess people do actually like watching some of my stuff. Okay, this is neat. This is unusual. But when I went to the pizza place that Monkey and Daniel were telling me about there in Port Orange, I'll remember the name of it maybe eventually. Probably have to look it up. But I pulled in, backed the bike up, and just get the helmet off and stuff, and sat there. And next thing I know, this older guy comes up to me. He goes, your name's Mike, right? I was like, I'm sitting here thinking to myself, like, okay, this is a bit awkward, and I sat there thinking about it. I was like, who did I tick off down here that I don't know? And I was like, yeah? He goes, you got the champ? He looked in front of the windshield, and he goes, yeah. He goes, that is you. I was like, what are you talking about? He goes, you're riding on 3, right? I was like, oh, yeah. He goes, I like the videos to start. I was like, oh, I was like, cool. I was like, all right, glad you like them. Because I think I remember him saying that he's fixing to come up here sometime in the next couple of months to ride the roads up here, up around the mountains and stuff. Him and his wife were going to ride up here for a little bit to get away from Florida for a little while. And then head back, and he likes watching the videos because he never knew about the Devil's Triangle until he watched the video for it. So I was just like, this is cool. First time it's happened to me, but okay. But yeah, I was just like, cool. Awkward at first, but definitely cool. To actually meet somebody that's not really a YouTuber that actually watches my videos. I was like, wow, this is pretty cool. So I guess my videos have done some good. That was a good thing to hear. That being that I have done videos of roads around here other than the town, actually has helped some people figure out that there are other roads out here that are better than the town. Girl, I must I said something strange on my mind. Such emotions, it's just as we run out of time. But yeah, I was just like, oh, I was just like, thank you, appreciate it. So we sat there and talked for about 5, 10, 15 minutes, something like that. And his wife's like, I'm going inside and get us a table and stuff. He's like, okay, I'll be in there in a minute. He goes, I promise. Just like I always tell people during lives and on videos, and even in the chats during the lives on other people's things, that if exactly, they didn't recognize me, they recognized the bike. Which I guess the bike does kind of sort of stand out on its own a little bit. I mean, even when I'm at Daytona, when I was at the Speedway, there's plenty of trikes that are Twisted Cherry. Plenty of other bikes. On top of having thousands and thousands of bikes stacked on top of each other. There's a reason why I've got 4 flags on the back of my tour pack. That is the one thing that I look for almost instantly when I'm trying to find my bike. If I have to find my bike and I don't really see it right off the bat, that is the first thing I go to look for. Find the 4 flags. If I find the 4 flags, there's my bike. I know it's kind of sort of cheating, but still. So, but yeah, that was cool though. They actually came up and said hi and stuff, and we sat there and talked. But I've always told people, if you see me out in town or you see me out and about, you want to say hi, you can come up to me and say hi all you want. That don't bother me none at all. I mean, I'm not like Doc, Monkey, Bert, and some of those others that's got thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people. I've got a measly, I think I'm up to 630 now. Is my work schedule? Nope, last year. It's hiding underneath my mouse pad. I wonder why I couldn't find it. I'm sure he's gonna kill me for this one. Yeah, I got Doc to get on his bike. So Doc, I go, you want me to get a picture of your bike, but not you on it? Like, what the hell? Well, what's the sense in that? He's like, oh, okay. Oh. Conveniently misplaced. Actually, I put it there to hide it from my grandbaby, the granddaughter, the color on it. She gets on one of these things where if it's paper, she wants it. She wants to get it, cut it, trim it into pieces, color on it. And I was just like, because she got a hold of one of my schedules done. And I was like, yeah, I got to make sure she can't get a hold of this one so that way I can remember which days I'm off and all this other stuff. I might. Y'all think I ought to send this one to Dot? Tease him a little bit. That one's the only one that came out. No, I'm sorry, Doc. The only picture I got of you that worked was this one. But that is one thing I have thought about, because my therapist did ask, not my physical therapist, my other therapist. She asked me, what do I plan on doing if I do once I hit 100%? I told her I'm done working. I go, I don't want to work anymore. I go, I'm done. She goes, well, you'll still need to get out of the house, this, and that, and the other thing. She goes, otherwise, it won't be good on you either, staying at the house all the time. I was like, well, true. I told her, well, I'd still be going out rallies and stuff. She goes, well, you still got to have something. She goes, there's got to be something you got to do that you'd like to do. Got to get you out of the house. Because there's got to be something that'll get you to get out of the house. And more I keep thinking about it, more and more I think I may possibly, if I get to medically retire from work, finally get to 100% for the VA, I might actually seriously think about doing pictures during rallies. But I just don't know how well that would work. But then again, though, it's not like it really makes a difference to me. Because part of the reason why I'm waiting to be at 100% or be at 100% to be able to medically retire is at 100% I'll make what I do at work. So it won't be no difference to me other than I just won't be having to go to work every day. I actually be able to take and figure out what I want to do for work. So, I don't know. I'm not one that takes, if you haven't been able to tell, I don't take, people can compliment me all day long, and it's just like one of those things like, okay, yeah, because I've had that in the past where, oh, you're great, blah, 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 and then try to do something with it, and it's like, nope, sorry. So I don't take too fondly of compliments per se. But I have started to think a little bit about possibly doing pictures during rallies and stuff. If I get to medically retire from work, do traveling stuff. For people that want pictures of their bikes and stuff, them on their bikes and so on and so forth, per se. I mean, Sturgis, I was actually surprised. I didn't see him the first year or two that I went, but I know about 2 years ago, 2023. They may have been there in 22, but I don't remember them. I remember seeing them in 23 though. The people taking pictures along Iron Mountain Road in Needles during the rally. And you got Killboy 129 and somebody else that does pictures on the tail for those people that are up and down on the tail. And then guess who? Nah. I'll leave Big Mike alone. But there we go. But I mean, what do you guys think? Yeah, they're on the pig trail. I remember seeing them when I went, what was it, 2 years ago? Last year? I went that one, whatever year it was that you had the blowout, Zan. I was on my way, but you came back early. I got there a day too late, evidently. But I still rode the Pigs Trail anyways that day that I was there. I mean, almost everybody was packing up, everything else that morning. I was just like, you know what? I was like, I'm still going to ride the Pigs Trail. I'm already out here. I'm going to do it. Someone down there tore it up. It's a fun ride. I will say that. It's definitely a fun ride. They're also on the back of the Dragon too. The photographer there works. I think they either work with or for the store. One of the two. Not 100% sure, but I know they're there because I actually took pictures. I actually bought a couple of their pictures that I was there. Normally, I don't get to get pictures of me a whole lot. I'll buy them every once in a while from Killboy because, well, especially when I got my daughter with me. But most of the time, though, there's not many pictures that I get with me on the bike. Which, I mean, I got the trigger. I can probably set it up with the laser beam and stuff to take the picture. Set the camera up and everything else and set the trigger up for it, but I don't know if I want to try to deal with that much of a headache just to try to get a couple of pictures, and I'm not even sure how well they turn out. I will say though, Doc's bike looks pretty good. But my next event, though, is going to be the Cannonball in May. I got one of my coworkers that he actually took a day or two off to be able to do that. He's like, dude, he goes, are you actually wanting to ride that? I was like, yeah. A big and fast what? A big and fast what, Eagle? Tweedle whispering sweet nothings into the Doc's ear. Oh, yeah. Well, my art lens, it does pretty good. That's what I'm actually using as my art lens. It's my Sigma 18 to 70? Or is it 35? Hang on. Let me look. Oh! Get this heavy thing. Yeah, 18 to 35. I think the dang lens weighs twice as much as the camera does. This thing does. So, yeah. I've got a good lens so far. I just ain't got a real good zoom lens. Mom tells me I need to get she told me I need to get me a 50 millimeter and a straight 50 millimeter and a straight 35. See, I'm telling you. Tweedle's whispering sweet nothing, see? He's looking. He looks guilty. Oh, wow. Yeah, my art lens is a 18 to 35. Goes all the way down to... Oh, shoot. What's the lowest this thing goes to? 1.8. She'll go all the way down to a 1.8. I actually bought Mom one for her camera for Christmas one year. The question is, what are they talking about? What is Tweedle trying to whisper into Doc's ear? I could probably get in trouble and hurt for this over this picture. At the end. Oh, it goes 1.8 all the way up to 16. To 72 millimeter. It's a Sigma art lens. I mean, it's not a bad lens. I don't think that thing's heavy. Let's see here. What other bikes do we have? I think I'm going to have to do a rolling throttle folder too for Drew and them. Because see, as you can tell, I was there. Little bronze chicken. That right there. There's a good company picture for the website for Drew. What do you guys think? Oh, all the way zoomed in? Still think it goes to one. Yeah, zoom all the way in. It goes at 35 millimeter. It still goes to 1.8. Yeah, mine stays at 1.8 regardless of where it's at. I can take it all the way down to 1.8 no matter where it's at. If I'd have thought better when I took the picture, I'd have took a couple of other pictures with the banner in the background a little bit more obvious. Or a little bit more intact, where you can actually see the whole thing. Yeah, now my zoom lens, it'll do, yeah, just all my kit lenses will do that. Yeah, all my kit lens, that's the only lens that I've got that'll stay at 1.8 regardless of where it's at. Okay, I promise, I'm not trying to send y'all into thingy, but I want to do something real quick. Oh, Mom, I've got a I've got an ancient zoom lens that I got from Mom. It actually went to her, may have been her Nikon, no, her full frame Nikon that she had. She had a D4, and she didn't like the fact that the zoom part wasn't a roll. It was actually just telescoping. You actually had to pull it out. That's what the zoom was from, is Minolta, because it's the same as Nikon. You can actually use their lenses, the Minolta lenses, on the Nikons, on the newer Nikons, actually. I could say. Because I've got the zoom lens, one of my favorite zoom lenses that I love to shoot with for air shows. It's a 70 to 210, and the fun part with it's when you're pointing upward with it in the sky with it. I've actually got to make sure I have. It actually helps me stabilize the camera too. I'm actually having to force the lens out and keep it out because it weighs so much and wants to slide back in. So I start to lose the zoom and everything goes out of focus when it comes back in. So I wonder if Drew. Oh, he actually replied back. He said, thanks. So they tell Drew, Tweedle's not even gotten to see that picture yet. Oh, wrong one. Get everything set back up here again so we can quit bouncing around. Yeah, me and my mom's talked, and anything that ever happened to her, I've already been told to. She knows I'll do what I feel she would want to have done anyways. But I know a lot of her camera stuff would probably go. A good bit of it would probably go to my niece. But my mom knows I've got my own stuff. See, these are the kind of things that I like to do right here. Doc was completely unaware that I was taking a picture of him. And that's where things can get a little dangerous when I'm around with a camera, if you know what I mean. Just a little. I mean, I'm not going to get something that'll get people into trouble. For the most part, I should say. Now, granted, if you're with a woman that you ain't supposed to and all that, well, not trying to get you in trouble. But then again, though, depending on what you're doing, you may not have to worry about that picture being seen by anybody. If I happen to just accidentally get it. But if you're on a bike in the middle of town, I guarantee you I ain't the only one that's got a picture of you on your bike with that girl. Quite sure there's others. Much less video. Doc just looks like he's concentrating so hard. But I like getting people in the moment of when they're doing stuff. Not just, hey, okay, let's get a picture, blah, blah, blah. I'd rather them just be acting normally and naturally and not even be aware that that the picture's being taken. I mean, I'll show you here in just a second. So you got the whole gang over there talking. Tweedle just happened to glance and see me taking pictures. And Drew just happened to glance up and look at me. He was like, oh, man. But they were still setting up the course, because that's what they're talking about back there, is setting up the course and stuff. Kind of like Tweedle's talking, whispering sweet nothings to Doc for some reason. And that's the bike I raced. Right? Exactly, Evil. Come on. What the heck is this computer doing? Besides trying to tell me I need to take a break, I guess, maybe? Considering I've gone an hour longer than what I was intending to. Trying to see if there's a possibility that I've got a picture of. So I know what they're planning on doing is trying to do some sort of they're going to try to do the same thing up here that they did down in Florida for the bike drifting and stuff. I'm trying to see what I got picture-wise. I can try to send it. Roasting tires. Don't ask me who that is. I don't know. That picture was actually designed for those pipes. That's what I was taking a picture of. Wasn't the guy riding the bike, it was the pipes. Oh yeah, I've got the video of it too. I've got videos of all this. I was sitting there with one hand was taking the pictures. I was taking pictures with one hand, had the DJI camera in the other. Oh, from what I remember, him telling Tweedle that he wanted to make sure the bike blew up, or he wanted to make sure he's going to end up having to have. There's a better picture of him. They're actually already cooling off at that point. Check out the blue flame. He's still actually running the tires. I want one. That's where I got one with his head not chopped off. Ah, there's one without his head chopped off. Yeah, his tire's flat too, by the way. He done burned the tire out. But he didn't care. He was still going for it. Of course his eyes are closed. They're about as red as the taillights. I'll send that one to Drew real quick too. I mean, there's 10 or 12 bites, something like that, and yeah. You would think that there was a fire somewhere. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bites in that picture. You can only see one. I might actually try to send this one too. Come on, computer. See, if Drew was watching the live, he'd be able to tell me which ones he would like to have for his stuff too. But, you know, I'm not that big of a YouTuber. I'm not that important of a person. I'm going to pester Drew some more. Send him another one. Drew's going to be like, all right, enough of the pictures. Yeah, it would make a good poster. Because that's the same bike with the red pipes. The only difference is that was before he blew the tire. He was actually still going with it at that point. Same guy, though. Man, messed up. Usually when I'm in my paint shop, it turns around and starts acting up on me. This was at Rat's Hole, the bike show. All these were. Oh yeah, that's that art lens. I actually use the art lens more than I do my zoom anymore. Simply because it's just that much better, especially at night. At nighttime, I won't use anything but that lens. Because, I mean, it works that good for me at night. I'll show you. Well, you've seen that, but let me show you some pictures from downtown at night. And I don't have the ISO cranked up at all. And I'm shooting all these by hand. I don't use a tripod during the night when I'm in downtown. No room for it. Granted, a lot of these are sitting still right here. He's actually moving a little bit. You can tell she's moving, though. You can just tell by the background that she's moving. And the tires. Suzanne, there's the eye candy. And saying there's not that much noise either. Because with that camera, with the lens, with the art lens and stuff, I usually try to keep it. I'll take it all the way down to about 2.2 roughly, and I try to make sure I keep the shutter speed no lower than 80. Because, well, you know, Evil, anything slower than 80, it's just about impossible to keep it not just in focus, but keep it from being blurred, too blurry. Because all you got to do is slightly wobble at that point, and you're done. That picture is ruined. So I try to keep it at about 100, because see, even with him moving, even at 100, you can still somewhat see a little bit of distortion in the bike. Not a whole lot, but a little bit. But I try to keep it between 100 and 125, usually during nighttime. Oh, that was the doggy, if I'm not mistaken. Did it get any clearer, or did I bobble too much? Because it was windy that day, and my ankle was killing me. That sucks. That picture didn't turn out. That one did, though. All the difference. That's just from just barely freaking moving causes that big of a distortion. No, that's not the dog. That's just a sight card. I liked that paint scheme on that bike. That looks pretty cool. I actually dig that one. See, he's moving right along too. So I don't get them just sitting still. I try to get them moving because I like to be able to get them while they're moving a lot of times more than sitting still. So I just think it just looks better. Yep, exactly. Drew's probably going, okay, time to ignore him. He gets that way sometimes. I've noticed that. It's alright though. I had no idea with all the spikes. There's that white trike though, lit up. Looks pretty nice. I was actually surprised. I'll be honest. When I seen the bike, there wasn't nobody around it. So I was thinking, you would think the paint job, the pink and the baby blues and the white, you would seriously think it was probably a girl's bike. Just saying. I wasn't when I seen it come down the road with a guy sitting, I was like, no way. I was like, well, okay. Still like the bike regardless. I go, it's a cool bike, but I wasn't expecting that. That's what Zan wants right there. On up, boys. So I can't remember if you got to see it. Well, yeah, you should have been able to see that because I'm on the side of the road with the bike. I'm trying to see real quick if I got the see if I got any of the pictures of the RR with Mr. Wick on the bike. Exactly. Exactly. It would, as soon as you say, well, especially the pinks and baby blues. When you got that combination with the white, you would automatically think that it probably belonged to a chick. Just saying. See? Pictures like that. In the moment. Oh! Say he's even close to being stopped just because of his bars. Which is stupid. I had no idea what the heck I was trying to get a picture of.
She came over with my favorite Chinese order and told me at the bedtime. She asked, why did you crying on the summer night? Girl, don't you know you're beautiful? Can't you see it in the mirror? These boys, they'll come and go. Hopefully you'll see it clearer. Ain't it down?
No, don't want the bell. Come back. But yeah, as you can tell, I've got a ton of pictures to go through. Yeah, man, is that the picture? That looks like it. Nope. Oh, that's how packed that gas station is. There in their alley. Each and every night it's that busy. Thanks, Heel. Or Zan. See, what's neat is, even if you don't go to the, you can't make it to all the sound competitions. If you want to see the sound bikes and see what you may be going up against, or what there's a possibility of seeing at the sound competition, go to the gas station. You'll see almost all of these bikes were at one if not more of the sound competitions. I do gotta admit though, I like the autism bike, the autism painting bike. I don't think I was able. No, I didn't show that bike live because camera was actually on the bike still on Main Street while I was over taking pictures. This is one of the bikes y'all didn't get to see. If y'all was watching the live that night. Say she's decently dressed. Hey, we managed to pick up somebody extra in here all of a sudden. I wonder who we got in here. Don't be bashful. You can say hello. We don't bite, I promise. But welcome to the stream. I'm just going through some pictures. We're just thumbing through them right now. My eyes can't handle doing any more editing right now. But you're welcome to say hello. Chit chat if you'd like. Or not, or just lurk. Am I still zoomed in? Yeah, I am. I was wondering why it looked like I was zoomed. Why all of a sudden everything's so zoomed in. I was like, yeah, man. My camera ain't got that big of a... That lens ain't a zoom lens. So how are all these zoomed in? Looks like I may have to go pull up the live from Wednesday night from Main Street. Because I believe I was still live at the time. But the Wednesday night live stream from Main Street has Mr. John Wick rolling by on the RR, on the 25RR. Because the guys at the tent the next morning when I went to do demo rides, plainly stated that they know it, he took it downtown. He took it on Main Street with a couple of others going with him, just to make sure there wasn't no issues with downtown with the bike. But of course, he had his helmet and stuff on. Naturally, obvious reasons why. I mean, could you imagine standing on Main Street, next thing you know, you see Keanu Reeves on a motorcycle on Main Street? How much attention that would draw, especially knowing that he ain't going to be able to get nowhere? That's if anybody even actually paid enough attention to recognize him. And that's one thing I have noticed during these rallies over the years is you can be famous as can be, and people may or may not pay attention to you. Chances are more than likely they're not going to. No matter how big of a superstar you are. Gotta have that Gucci bag. Or is that one of those Michael Kors bags? Or whatever they call them. I don't think I can see his wheels. Last year's living room for a rug bag. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm saying. I mean, even when Rusty Wallace was riding through town in Deadwood last year, I looked dead at him, and I think it was him and Mike Wallace both. And I think it was Drew or somebody, or Bert once after him said something that, hey, look, there goes Mike and Rusty Wallace on their bikes. And nobody was paying them hardly any attention at all. I mean, there wasn't nobody like, running up to them on their bikes and stuff. And I got a funny feeling it'd be probably about almost the same way with, like if Keanu Reeves actually, if people were to actually notice that it was him on the RR. Because a lot of times he's not really wearing, I think he wears one of those helmets like what Monkey wears. The old 70s style helmets, 3/4 helmets. Now, but I have seen a lot of videos that he's posted in the past of him not even wearing a helmet. I'm guessing because of movies and stuff, his agents convinced him to wear one at least nowadays. I'm guessing, or it's part of his contracts. Because see, that's been one of my things is I would like to see, wouldn't mind running into Patrick, and I wouldn't mind running into Jason Momoa. Or just being able to see them take their pictures. I mean, it was a fluke that I was actually able to get a picture of. It was actually kind of one of those cool deals. I was like, how many chances in a lifetime am I going to have this opportunity? Type picture. Let me show y'all. She's happened to notice me taking a picture of them as that's going up. But how many chances or opportunities do you think people get to take pictures like this? No. Get them? No, I didn't click them. Stupid computer. I did not click on that one. Like this right here. Y'all know who that is, correct? Here, let me zoom it in for y'all, just to give y'all a better view. Yeah, that's Rusty Wallace on his bike. I was just like, oh, this is cool. I felt somewhat like a somewhat pro at that point. I actually felt like an actual photographer. I felt like this is like, oh, this is kind of cool. This is definitely neat. Definitely not expected. Well, if Momoa was at Daytona, I didn't see him nowhere. Then again, though, it's like we say, when you're on a bike and all that, people may pay attention to you, may not. They'll definitely check out the bike. Your bike will definitely get noticed. That's for sure. Your bike will get noticed before you do. That's for sure. But I think why the slingshots in them, I like that paint job on that bike. I'm actually glad it actually showed up. I was wondering if it was going to show up or not. Oh, y'all remember the loud music evil that night that I was telling you that was a Jeep? That's it back there in the background. That's all speakers. All that back there is all speakers. That's what was playing that music that night on that live. That was drowning and killing everything. That'd be some crap though if I was actually thumbing through the pictures as I'm going through them. I actually found out that I actually took a picture of Momoa and didn't even realize it. That'd be something. But I mean, from Momoa, I would actually expect to see him. I wouldn't be looking for him on anything other than an old school chopper. Or an old school bike. I wouldn't expect to see him on anything new. Because almost everything I've seen pictures of that he posts himself, bike-wise, all of them's all old school stuff. That wasn't until he got busted by the cops, anyways, he was blaring it. He didn't come back anymore after that. There you go, Zan. I know y'all couldn't see it on the live. Yep, chopper days. He ran out of gas. He wasn't broke down. He was just flat on empty. Lucky for him, he was on Main Street. So him pushing his bike wasn't hard at all. It was all downhill. Hey, no, it's not that. You're the one always asking where's all the eye candy at. And no, I won't let you live that down. I'm just messing with you, Sam. Oh. Oh, no. I'm not. No, I can laugh about running out of gas. I mean, heck, I done it 3 miles shy. I was 3 miles shy of the exit that I was trying to get to. I ended up having to call my dad. Lucky for me, I was only about 15, 20 minutes from my dad's house when it happened. I wasn't too far away. But there ain't no pushing no trike with everything loaded down for everything from Sturgis, though. I don't think I was live there when that happened. I think that was one of those times I kind of sort of looked when I called my dad and told him I called my dad and I asked him, I go, you busy? You off? And he goes, yeah, I'm off. Why? I go, are you busy right this second? He goes, no, why? I go, is there any way I can bother you to come get me? He's like, okay. What happened? I was like, I ran, my gas gauge went from 10 miles to empty to 0. Like, going over a hill. I was like, he's like, okay, and? I go, I'm sitting on the side of Interstate I-90 right now. He goes, well, that's not a good thing. I was like, no, not really. I go, but if you're busy and stuff, it's fine. I'll just leave the bike here and start the walking. He's like, nah, he goes, I'll be there. He goes, he asked me where I was at. I sat there and told him. He's like, okay, I'll be there in about 20, 30 minutes. I was like, okay, appreciate it. Dad rolls up and he goes, if you'd have been live, I'd have known this. You wouldn't have had to have called me. He goes, I'd have seen you. I was like, yeah, I know. Oh, yeah, true. I mean, I'm kind of sort of, when I was growing up, my uncle, he rode all the time. He rode around. I think he may have been. I don't really know for 100% for sure. Me and my cousins have talked about it from time to time, but we really don't know because he did have a lot of friends that were in a club, especially a 1% club, and then sorry, but taking he sat there and taught us. Taking pictures is one thing, seeing things is one thing, but the property-os, the misses, stuff like that. So there's times you don't really know if a girl is or not. And you don't know whether or not how picky some of them are. And the way how people are these days, I'd rather just try not to worry about it. About even trying to get into that whole mess. So, I mean, anymore, heck, all you gotta do is tell them no and they're screaming. They're trying to cry something about it. So, I try. I mean, I know they get, for some reason or another, they get more views and stuff. I know that. And I know that's one reason why. I know that's one way to get more views if I wanted to get more views, show what's going on at the bars and the dancers and so on and so forth, bartenders, so on and so forth. But I'm not really all that 100% concerned, worried about how many views I get or any of that other stuff. If I decide I want to show someone, show them, or just happen to be walking around and somebody asks, okay, no problem, sure. But at the same time, though, yeah, that's where the Jeep got busted. There's a better picture of the Jeep. I was actually sitting on the bike when I took the picture. That's what he had. That's what the back of that Jeep looked like. Oh, no wonder why he didn't run dead battery. He had a freaking jump pack sitting at the... Whoa. What the heck is the... Alright, computer. But yeah, when I was laughing about the cops showing up, yeah, I took pictures. I went ahead and took a couple pics. It's just kind of sort of a respect type thing. I mean, if I see them in a bikini and stuff like that running around, it's pretty obvious. They know there's going to be pictures taken of them and blah, 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 blah. They're being, and all that. But at the same time, though, I'm still not going to just emphasize on just them. If you get what I mean. That bike is actually a local bike, or a semi-local bike. They're from down there in Not Marietta. Their home, the dealership those guys deal with a lot. Southern Devil out of Cartersville. A Georgia bike. Oh, really? Oh, yeah. You remember when I was on the live and when I went to the store and you guys heard the counter girl asked, "Can you take my picture?" I was like, okay. There it is. Okay, that was another awkward moment, but okay. She wanted her picture taken, she asked, so okay. This was the daytime drift, their daytime drift thing that they were doing down in Orlando. Drew was actually live during this one, I believe, too. But the funny thing is, Jess Rips is right over here. She's right over in there somewhere. And so is Indigo. Actually, Indigo is the one that I was thinking of mentioning. She's right over here somewhere. Zoom in. There she is right there. I believe that's her. Nope. I've been trying to meet her because she's been at several of the rallies I've been at, and it just amazes me how we've always been almost at the exact same spot, almost the exact same time, but have yet to actually physically run across each other to say hello. But yet, she posted a video yesterday of this very event, and I can see, and in the video, I can actually see myself directly across from her in the corner of the video. Taking pictures. That's the reason why I knew she was there at the exact same time I was, because I was taking pictures. Yes, that's the guy's bike that was glowing, that had the red glowing pipes Friday night. Yeah, bike wasn't wanting to behave right. He's trying to get it to go around, but it just did not want to go. That looks like that hurt. I mean, look how far back his ankles are twisted right there. Actually, I think he's losing his shoes. Actually, what happened? Come on, zoom out. Thank you. And this is them actually warming up and practicing going around the cones. They drift all the way down. They have to do 360 around the cones. I think this one was 180. It may have been 360. And they go back. All the way back down to the other end. And he was just probably trying to get that tire to freaking gum up and get where it would actually slide around, because he couldn't get it to do anything. It would stick. It wouldn't slide at all. He had one sticky tire. Yeah, he flattened the cone. And he was trying to get it to go around. And wham. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's exactly what it was. The event on Friday that we went to, Doc, I was live. I think Doc may have been somewhat live for a little few minutes, maybe. I think, but Drew was live for sure. That's exactly what it was. That's exactly what it was. That was actual barrel racing, horse style, but with motorcycles instead of horses. They had the 3 barrels to go around. instead of this one being just a straight line. Hey, there he is again. Drew's everywhere. I said I went to Orlando not even realizing that this was actually going on that day. Not until I got there. I was just like, oh, okay, this stuff's going on today. Okay. Whoops. And then this was at the Chopper Show at the one bar. Yeah, the one bar. Yeah, what bar would that be? The one where the mass murderer was captured at. Whatever the name of it is. Last Resort. I thought the bricks was what was cool. How the bricks had just each brick had somebody different to name, someone different on the name. Can't go to Florida and not get a picture of a palm tree, you know. Well, I'm sure when it comes to that, I think it'd probably be fun. I mean, I'm sure it takes a little bit of getting used to. Because I'm sure you can't exactly just take a curve. Especially if they're raked out that far especially. Come on. Computer acting up. Now the challenge here was low light. Try to get the camera to actually focus on the people and not the bridge, because it constantly wanted to focus on the bridge. And not so much the people. And it was actually dark. It's starting to get dark, so. I figured a lot of these ain't going to turn out too good. Some of them did, though. After I freaking got the twiddling around some, I eventually got it to where it would actually pick up right. These people ain't putt-putt. This is the other side of the bridge going into town, into Main Street. Which I'm sure y'all know that. It's just for whoever the fifth person, or the couple of people that ain't chit-chatting, so we don't know who they are. They just want to be lurkers. Like I said, I just don't like getting pictures of just the bikes just sitting. I like getting pictures of them while they're moving too. Just sometimes they don't always turn out that great. Because low light and handheld is a pain as it is. And then when you add messed up ankles, feet, and knees on top of the other, and having to move with people, and you don't always catch them. Because all it takes is a slight bobble and voila, picture's ruined. I mean, I could try to get a monopod and try that. See, Zan? Thing in there, he's hauling a doggy. Doggo's just enjoying it. I'm just sitting there chilling. So this right here, perfect example of how even at low light and somewhat slower camera speeds can the slightest movement can get the picture to be messed up. Because if you can tell, everything up here is perfectly fine until you get to the back end of the bike, which it's bouncing. So that's the reason why it's a bit blurred. I have no idea what this is a picture of. Okay. I must have just had my finger on the button or something. Ain't got a clue. Don't see nothing in that picture. Let's see, how far down are we? That's about halfway through. What is that? Coverage spell kids. I was at the bike show at Destination Daytona. Let's see here. Well, I think I got a picture of the bike. Oh, there was one bike that was pretty cool painted and done. And I like the way how they done it too. Let's see if I can find it. And I'm going to probably end live after this, so I can give my eyes a break. This one? Nope. Nope, wasn't that bike. That one was nice too. I mean, it's not that bike. Ah, there it is. This bike. This is pretty cool. They did a street graffiti thing with it. The paint, everything. I mean, it wasn't sanded smooth at all. It was basically spray paint and left rough. As you can see, with the light reflection, you can see how it's not smooth at all. It was basically street graffiti. I was like, that's pretty cool. Yeah, there wasn't no smoothness to that paint job at all. It was heavily spray painted and heavily coated. And just cleared. And however it dried, how it dried. But, anyways, it's nice chatting with everybody. Hope everybody enjoyed watching some of the pictures being done. And I may do more during another live maybe later on. Because this is going to take a while, because the only time I get time to do these is while I'm off work, because my laptop doesn't have Lightroom or Photoshop on it, so I only work on the pictures while I'm at the house. So, and I work this weekend, so there's not going to be a very good chance I'm going to get much done this weekend. So, y'all stay safe. Y'all riding. Stay safe-ish. Whatnot. Keep riding. And I'll catch y'all. See me out. Say hi. And I'll catch y'all later. Till then, y'all have a great day. I'll talk to y'all later. Bye.